Going live. And we're live.
Hey.
We're live. Hey, everyone. It's so good to be back live with Melanie. Hi, Melanie.
Hello.
I love these Sunday evening sessions for me and Sunday afternoon sessions for you.
Yes. It's yeah, I don't think I can go quite as late as we have in the past, just because tomorrow I do have to get up with Xander in the morning to get him off to school. So I'll probably have to limit it to like 5 hours.
Well, honestly, the last one on your channel, when I had to go early after 6 hours, 7 hours, I saw later on you went on for over 9 hours.
Yeah, I had to. I was like, I had to get my 24 hours in because I was still trying to do the 24, not really 48 hours anymore at that point, but I was still trying to get my 24 hours of reading in. And so I'm like, I'm doing it. And I literally in my vlog, as soon as I hit that 24-hour mark, I ended the live show and then I did my little clip for the vlog and I'm like, I did it. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Well, over 9 hours is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, if I don't know what's going to happen here today. You already said you're going to have to leave around after 5 hours, probably. I don't know about how long I will be going on because I need to finish these two before the month ends. So before I go to sleep, I need to finish these two. Whereas I have only read 8 pages in this one yet.
I have a couple that I'm supposed to finish by the end of the month, but I don't think that's going to happen.
What are you going to read today?
Well, I have 2 books. One is I need to physically read, and it's an arc of The Descent of the Drowned by Anna Lal Din. This comes out in March of 2021. And
is that a first in a series or is that a?
It is, and it's her debut. Would you like to hear what it says?
Yes, please.
It says, she is bound to serve, he is meant to kill. Survival is their prison, choice is their weapon. As a sacred slave of a goddess, Roma is of a lower caste that serves patrons to sustain the balance between gods and men. What she wants is her freedom, but deserters are hunted and hanged, and Roma only knows how to survive in her village where women are vessels without a voice. When her younger brother is condemned to the same wretched fate as hers, Roma must choose between silence and rebellion. Leviathan is the bastard son of an immortal tyrant. Raised in a military city where everyone knows of his blood relation to the persecuted clans, Leviathan is considered casteless. Lowest of the low, graduating as one of the deadliest soldiers, he executes in his father's name, displaying his worth. When he faces judgment from his mother's people, the clans, Leviathan must confront his demons and forge his own path. Never hopes to reclaim his soul. But in the struggle to protect the people they love and rebuild their identities, Roma's and Leviathan's destinies interlock as the immortal tyrant, an ancient treasure that will doom humankind should it come into his possession. A living treasure to which Roma and Leviathan are the ultimate key.
Okay.
I haven't started it yet, but I'm supposed to finish this. I wanted to try to finish this by the end of this month. It's not going to happen because I haven't even read the first page, but I'm going to start it in this reading sprints. And then I'm also listening to The Red Pyramid and currently on page 169 of this, but this goes quickly. So I might finish this. Probably not. I might just get a chunk of each done tonight and then try to continue them into next month.
Yeah, with this one, it's similar. It's a review book that I need to review within, I think, the next week. I need to post my review, and I know that I'm not going to be able to put it into my March TBR at all, so I need to get this done. Yeah, and this is just good.
I haven't read it yet.
This is so much fun. I'm halfway through. It's a traveling book. So from the Goodreads group that I'm a part of, where we send each other books, like everybody writes in it and we pass it on. I'm the 3rd person, I think, or the 4th person to read this one. So it's a lot of fun to read it with all those like comments. And I need to get this done as well. So let's see. Ashley's reading Harry Potter. Let's see what everybody else is reading today. Just saying hi. Elizabeth is reading Deception on His Mind. It's from a mystery series they eventually made into a BBC TV show years ago. I always love when books have been turned into a show or a movie. I love seeing them after reading the book.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Barbara.
Hello. Hello, Clint.
Good, great timing, Najat. Glad you're here to read with us. What are you reading? Trying to read 400 pages today. We'll see if that actually happens. Well, I'm about like I think I need to read 350 to 400 pages still. So let's do this together. We're gonna do this. Hi, Willow. I'm going to finish Siege and Storm and maybe read I Would Leave Me If I Could, a poetry collection by is it Halsey or Halsey?
Halsey. It's Halsey. She's a singer.
Oh yeah, okay. Interesting. How are you liking Siege and Storm so far? People have very mixed feelings about the whole trilogy. I loved it. I loved the reading experience, but I don't think it's objectively the best book, but I still loved it.
I loved the first book, and the rest the rest didn't hold up quite as much as the first book, in my opinion, but I still really enjoyed the whole series. But the first book was my favorite.
I get that. I like the whole series overall, but yeah, it's usually a little bit of an up and down. Just in time, I just finished my work day. I love that we are so good in timing it for you guys. Yeah, I agree with that. Good luck, Elizabeth. So good luck to me as well. We're going to do this. I have all the confidence in us. Hi, Veronique. How are you doing? I'm doing well.
I'm doing. Yeah, I was telling you before that I've had a week. Yeah, yesterday I fell down my stairs. that was like the most. My whole body hurts like so bad. I'm probably gonna have a bruise about this big back here because I went to take the first step and my foot slipped and I just all the way down the stairs. Yeah.
Not good.
Yeah. It's been one thing after another this whole week. Oh my goodness.
You're here and you seem to be good enough to continue on with this. So you seem to be okay. We hope hopefully next live show you're doing a lot better.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Deep dish for me and Sycamore Row. Okay, how are you liking it? Let us know. Yeah, I have confidence in us. Elizabeth, I have to finish One Moment, One Morning by Sarah Rayner at the very least tonight. I have 300 pages left. Yes, we're going to jump into sprints soon. I'll just try and get through the comments and then Melanie, what are you thinking? Should we start with a 30-minute sprint right away to get all these big page counts down?
I'm good with that. Oh, I just saw the next comment.
Okay. Yeah, I I want to finish A Killing in the Sun, have 4 short stories left and read a bit more of Sutra. I'm going to read that for Blondes, and Melanie is freaking out about it. Harvard Business Review comes out with a 10 must-read that they consider definitive articles on various topics. The one I'm reading this weekend is one on managing people. That's interesting. I need to look into that. That sounds really interesting.
Huh.
Hi, Mo. Hello, ladies, and hello, everyone. Not reading anything, but we'll be using this time to edit a very special video. Ooh! I still have to watch the last video that came up in my the collaboration you did, Mo. I totally put that into my watch later, and I am very careful about my watch later, since I've had like over 400 and knew I will never get to them. But that I need to watch that still. I wasn't able to get to that after my 2 books are done. Very interested in hearing what your very special video is too. I'm about 35% of the way through. That's good, Donna. Cece, I made homemade ramen broth and bought kimchi for today. That's it. I love it. I love it, Barbara. I have some sweet rice pancakes, and I'm sure I'm going to get the kimchi out at one point. Yay for Mo. Yes, I agree. These sprints can be used for everything and anything. I'm starting the house of Hades. Early start for March. Hates. Yeah, it's I think in other languages you would say Hades. I have no idea.
Hades, how we would say it anyway.
I have no idea how it's properly pronounced in Greek though. Early start for March TBR, but I'm only an hour early. Yeah, I mean, I'm jealous because I have 2 books that are still on my February TBR. So, Galaxy there, I fell in the tub and my whole right side is still hurting. Oh my gosh, I hope you're okay though. I mean, I'm assuming you're okay because you're here. If not, go take care of yourself and don't be here. Yes,
Thank
here's
you.
better week. Okay, Mo. Hi, Brittany. I'm going to try my best to read The Midnight Library while also simultaneously chasing my 20-year-old daughter around.
Good luck.
Good luck with that one. I loved The Midnight Library. I hope you enjoy it too. Yeah, that sounds like it hurts. Somebody else freaking out about Death Prefers Blondes. I was wondering when that comment would be coming. Kendra, I need to finish reading Othello for class. Hopefully I finish it with time to do some personal reading. Yes, we'll I hope you don't have too much left and we get to that. Hi, Christina. Between writing a paper and watching this, I'm reading If We Were Villains by M.L. Ryo. Okay, do you like it? Othello is so good. Hi.
What do you think of that Wonderfully Made for Love? Because I own that book, but I haven't read it yet. I actually got an arc of it like forever ago, and I haven't read it yet.
Yeah, let us know how you like it. I'm doing a lot better now myself. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're doing okay. Going to have to wrap. Yes, that might help, especially if you have so much more planned to do around the house, Melanie. We might have to wrap you in bubble wrap. All right. Should we just? I just realized that my preparation for the timer is gone. So, all right. It's on the screen, and I just said it's not bad, like not too deep, but definitely page turner. That sounds good. Sounds really good. All right, so let's get those pages read. We have a lot of ambitious goals today, so I'll just suggest we start getting into it. Happy reading, everyone.
Enjoy.
Oh, welcome back. Oh, how did you do?
I got to page 17. Though the book actually came with a bookmark, and it has the two main characters like depicted on it. They look.
Oh, I love that. I love that a lot. I mean, we talked about this briefly last week about having images in your head and how you're imagining the characters and how vivid these images are.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the type of person where the images are not very vivid. I see like the personality, but I don't see what they look like. So having an image that is kind of hopefully signed off by the author helps me so much. I love that.
Well, when they were talking, they were kind of like describing things about each of them in the book here already. I kept like looking at this. And so they talked about how the women were marked and stuff. And so she's got like these tattoos and stuff. And they also talked about how when I think she said when she was 14, she carved up her face. She took a knife to her face and cut it so that she wouldn't be she couldn't be sent to a patron looking that way.
Oh, okay.
She couldn't be used for that purpose. And so she's kind of saved herself for 3 more years because of damaging her face. But now they're like, okay, now it's time. She's getting ready. They're getting ready to auction her off.
What a start to a book.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know how far I got because I had started my last reading bit before coming on the live show. I mean, I usually have the pages in my Bookly app, but I didn't stop in between, so I am now 67 pages later, but obviously half of that was done before the show, so I don't know how much I read in the last sprint. The laundry, yeah, you could do mine as well, like it's piling up. But you know, it's the end of the month, books need to be read, laundry has to wait until the 1st.
Laundry's gonna have to wait until I don't know when. Next.
My neighbors and I share a washer dryer, and they have been doing the laundry literally since 8:30 this morning, and I want to unplug the dryer. Just oops, my bad. And yeah, oh my gosh, I so get that. That must be horrible. If you like, our washer dryers are in a washing room that is so far away from my living room that I don't hear it going, so I don't care if it runs all day. But if you can't use it, if you want to use it, or it's loud, no. I'm heading to the laundromat so I can get a lot done at once. Okay.
That's nothing. Just you got to do 6 loads of laundry. Do them all at the same time.
I mean, that's efficient.
Like, though, what I do at home is I pretty much just cram as much as I possibly can into the washing machine. It's like, oh, something else can fit. Just push it up in there.
Yeah, I'm like that too. But then it's also a mixture of do I have enough for another load, or like do I need to split it up in the middle and it gets into 2 loads, or can I get it all into one? I don't want to end up with like a quarter of a load that I still need to do that day, you know? So
see, if I had a quarter of a load, it would just wait until next time.
Yeah, sometimes it can't. My son does not own a lot of clothes. He doesn't want to own a lot of clothes. So if he needs to get some of his stuff done, then he needs to get some of his stuff done. And sometimes some of these things, like your favorite sweatpants, can't wait.
I always have enough laundry to be able to do a load. So if it's like, hey, I need this one item washed, I'm like, okay, I can put it in, and there's enough clothes. There are enough dirty clothes in my house at any given time that I could probably do 4 or 5 loads. I just make a load.
Yeah, I try to not let it get that far. But then again, we're only 2 people in this household, and my son doesn't have a lot of clothes. So, and I don't have that many either anymore. I mean, I still have a lot, but not that much. And it's getting less and less and less. The goal is by next year, this time, 2 suitcases, and that's it. They left the dryer on at one point and left the house with it on, sending my elderly landlord down here to gently remind me that I need to be home if I'm doing laundry. What? What? Oh my gosh. Yeah, neighbors can be annoying. I hate when people do that crap. Yes, me too. Absolutely. Wait, what? You got 96 pages done and 24 left. How did you get 96 pages done? There was a 30-minute sprint that we just did, right? And you did 96 pages in those 30 minutes? What are you reading? Is that
She was reading Past Perfect Life, which is a regular novel. So
yeah, it's not a graphic novel, right?
No.
There must be something that I'm not reading here, because
maybe it's like 96 pages today.
Tell us. Is that how you imagine the characters in your head?
Well, I didn't really have to imagine them, because that that was as soon as I opened the book, it was right here. I was like, oh.
Yeah, if it's provided in the beginning, you don't even get to that point where you imagine, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my comments are jumping. I need a new laptop. So 15 pages, great. Got to page 27, 44 pages, nice. I think those 400 pages today are doable. I just joined trying to finish lore. Nice. How are you liking it? I actually haven't heard much about it yet. I've heard about the book, but I haven't heard much about it from people who have already read it. Managed 56 pages, only 240 to go. That is awesome. 6 pages read plus annotations. Yeah, those can take up some time. I finished the article on saving rookie managers, but a random nosebleed stopped further reading. That is not good. I hope you're doing okay now. Do you is that like something normal for you? You're saying it like it happens a lot. It's like, oh, that random nosebleed stopped me from reading, but
my husband gets random nosebleeds. When it's really dry, he'll get random nosebleeds. Like if there's like not a lot of humidity and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Hi, Anna. Nice to see you here. Thanks for joining us. It's always so lovely to see all those people that have been joining over and over and recognizing all these names. I mean, it's as lovely to see new names. It's just nice to recognize people too. Just now realizing how small this font is and how large the pages are. 400 pages seems ambitious now. You can still do it. I have confidence. It's a cute heart container. Yeah, I'm absolutely jealous of that. Strictly, it's a tumbler. Would you consider that heart a tumbler, right?
Yeah, you open it up here.
So,
I need to refill it.
I'm so jealous of that thing. I'm actually thinking about picking up a physical book, and that would be Genesis Key or Elantris. Not sure yet what I feel like reading. Elantris. That one. It's there. Choose Elantris.
I wonder what she votes for.
Thank you for reminding me to tell my husband to put his clothes in the dryer so I can do mine. Well, we're here to provide for you. I mean, it wasn't strictly us, but my washer has a little tub on top of the big one, so I can wash a little or a lot. That's
That's
good.
cool.
I like that. I like that.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, my friend has a washer dryer where you when you put in the load, it weighs it and then it adjusts the water level to the weight. So that's amazing, but also costs like €1,000, and I'm not paying that much right now for a washer.
We have one that does that kind of thing too, but it's not as much here, I guess, as there. It's I think a slightly more common thing in your washers and dryers here now, like they're energy efficient or whatever, and so they only use as much water as needed and stuff like that.
How was I? There. I have to throw that through as well. Everybody's being reminded to do laundry now. Thanks, Clint. I have 2 loads going right now. Yay for efficiency. Landlord is afraid of house fires. Well, that is not unreasonable.
I'm afraid of house fires too.
Yeah, and if you ever had your
bookshelf,
if you ever had your home burned down,
yes,
it is a big fear. I mean, so you're saying
at least 5 years before I would light another candle because it was a candle that did it for us.
Yeah, for me it was a grill, like a table grill that had a malfunction and sparked. It was considered a technical fault, but still my home was gone. Anyways, as I said, it's in German and very easy to read. I think even though it's German, I think that 96 pages is a lot. I mean, let's see if I think in the next sprint, I'm going to start this one, which is in German too. Let's see if I can match your 96, because I don't think I can. Oh, wait. No, 96. It's one of these rare books that go by that fast. Okay.
30 minutes.
Okay. Great for you. I'm on my e-reader and it's tricky with the pages. Yeah, I mean, sometimes just do the percentages, and when you know how much the book is in total, that always, I mean, you don't need to be exact, but it's always nice to see that people are making progress. Just avoiding blood on the pages. Yeah, priorities, right.
It is. It's the Beauty and the Beastros. There's like different settings too. Hold on. Let me press my little button here. You can change how the lights go. Like the slow.
I love that slow.
And then.
Oh no. That is not for me. That is like does not match what like the essence of the
like
story.
A little bit faster, but still like the slow glow. I don't like the really fast either. That just stays on. Off. Twinkles.
That can be nice, but I think I like the very slow. Where are you guys from? So I'm located in Germany, right at the Dutch border.
I am in the United States, in Tennessee.
So we're like right next to each other.
Very close, very close.
Cute, the flower light, yes. Well done for you. Well done, Melanie, positioning it so that everybody can see it and be jealous that you have that beautiful thing.
Marty got this for me, not this past Christmas, but the year before. He did sort of like an Advent Christmas for me. I got to open a gift every single day, and it was fabulous. And this was one of the gifts that he got me.
Oh, that is so cute.
Also,
Love
our
it.
Christmas day is not, it kind of shifts year to year depending on if he has to work or not. And so that particular year, we didn't have our Christmas until the 27th. And I literally got gifts all the way up until the 27th. And then I got my big
Mm.
27th, which was really cool. I was spoiled
Okay.
that year.
Yeah, you're spoiled. But it's good. It's good. You deserve to be spoiled. I have a washer that weighs the load as well, but it doesn't have a dryer in it, so it was definitely cheaper than 1,000. Yeah, the one that my friend has is so top notch, and I love it, and it's expensive.
Oh yeah, mine doesn't have a dryer in it either. I have a separate dryer, but it also has like the energy efficient thing, so it knows like it runs based on like it can tell, it has a sensor in it that can tell how dry your stuff is, so it doesn't keep running after your stuff is
Oh,
dry.
that's good. That's good too.
Except for it's a problem when you have like sheets, because the sheets get all bundled up, and so it's like, okay, it's dry, but really it's just the outside, so you have to come and like spread the sheets all apart and put them back in because the inside's wet.
So, I have no idea how to pronounce your village in Washington. Oh, it's in Washington, right?
Spokane.
Spokane?
Spokane.
Spokane. Is that like indigenous territory? I feel like there's some of the like origins of places that are named up there. Some of them are somehow related to that, but I mean, I know shit and don't know shit, so what am I even talking about? Couldn't be closer. Yeah. Well, we're right next to each other in our hearts.
See, look, we can reach out and touch each other. Yay! 5.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Yeah, I mean, I probably we'll practice that for the next live show on your channel on the 15th.
Yeah, 5. Smack.
I just want, if I do this, my hand come like we could employ Marty or Xander to just be the extension of my arm. That would be so much fun.
Oh yeah, like wait. I need an arm coming from this direction.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm like, wait, how do I do that?
So it was asking if Marty has a brother.
He does. He doesn't look anything like him. He has an older brother. His name is Shane, and he is taller and has red hair.
And is he still single?
No, he's not. He's not married, but he's definitely not single.
I have to think about it.
He's not married. He's not married, but he's definitely not single. He lives with his girlfriend, or his girlfriend lives with him. He also has 2 kids.
Okay, sorry, Eva. You do deserve to be spoiled, especially seeing as you spoil others. Aww. My boyfriend spoils me as well. Good. Lore is good so far. Athena, the baddest goddess of war, the best. Artemis was not so sisterly towards Athena. Yeah, I'm not heavy into the Greek mythology, so I don't have this as high on my reading list, but I have 2 copies of it at home, so subscription box problems. Oklahoma, Indian stripes. Yeah, so I absolutely shouldn't have said that I have no clue what I'm talking about. It seems like I do. I'm from the Netherlands. Yes. Second biggest city in Washington State. Really, is it? Why haven't I heard about it? Why did I have to look it up? It's weird. I'm from Australia. Toronto, Canada. Nice. It's like from all those different places. That's really, really cool. I love it. And I think we should go into another reading sprint so we can get those page counts down. We have so many ambitious plans today. Another 30. Are you all good with 30? Is that good for you? Do you guys want longer, shorter?
I don't know that we should go any longer just because that gets to be around the point that my eyes need a break.
Okay. Okay.
I would say anywhere from like the 15-minute to 30-minute. I'm good.
Mo, you are representing the UK tonight. Yeah, I don't know, but I've seen some things going on in UK BookTube tonight as well. So I'm assuming that a lot of people are watching something else right now.
Ashley's
Ashley, yay! 30 is cool. 30 works for me. Cool. Then let's do another 30.
all right.
And happy reading.
Enjoy.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, so how are you doing? How have you been doing?
Well, because I was going to be getting up and down a little bit there, I listened to the Red Pyramid, and I got 53 pages done of that.
Okay, that sounds good. Sounds
So
like
I'm almost at the halfway point of this now.
nice. Nice. So I started, this means the eighth child. It's quite interesting. It's like a kind of life story, probably something in between a memoir and a fictional story. But I mean, I think it's a memoir because the last name of the author is also the dad's last name in this book. So I believe it's more memoir than fictional story, but it's written very fictional. And it's starting out quite good. It plays in the German area with some immigrants. The mother is an immigrant coming to Germany, looking for a better life, and well, the guys that she meets and that she has a child with aren't necessarily the best people, and yeah, interesting. Very interesting. And I read 40 pages in this. So according to Bookly, I have 2 hours and 45 minutes left in that book, and then I have 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the other book, which is something that I need to get done today. Both, so roughly 5 hours of reading. So that's what I'm here to do today. So let's see how you all did. I think this is where we left off. Najat just mentioned that for Kuwait in the Middle East. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before, and I love that you're here, bringing some other countries to the mix. Maybe I finish this book then. Yeah, I hope you do. Trying to do enough sprints that you can. We'll have to leave you all now as I have an early start at work tomorrow. Happy reading, everyone. Have a great week. So I'm assuming you're long gone. Thanks for joining us. And Mo is probably, yeah, I think Mo is scheduled to be on next week's live show again. So I think Mo committed to being on the live show with us every other week. So I'm very excited about that.
Yay.
Just finished Siege and Storm. Nice. I can't decide if I want to go give it a 5.4 or 5-star rating. I really loved everything about it, and that ending. Definitely be starting book 3 soon. So yes, I absolutely. I think I binged that series too. Maybe it made me like it even more because I read it back to back.
Yeah, we read. Marty and I read it together, or we listened to the audiobook together, and we kind of binged it. So it was. I think I gave it like 5 stars, and then 4.5, and then 4 stars, or something like that.
I'm hopping into bed now to get a few more pages done before falling asleep. Enjoy the rest. Falling asleep. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and until next time. Probably long gone as well. Always happy for Ilva to join us, so hope to see you again next time. I also read the short story in the back called The Tailor. I think I gave that a 3-star. I don't remember there being a short story.
It might have been that his particular edition, because some editions have like bonus stories. I don't know if mine did or not.
I'll actually have to check. Potentially, there was one, but I completely neglected it. I think I have the book down there, and I'll check at the beginning of the next sprint, because now I want to know. Have you seen the Shadow and Bone teaser trailer? It's nice. April 23rd. Yes, I am so excited for this. I do have to say the trailer, I'm super pumped for it, but also I don't know how I feel about the effects. I think that the whole void, all the blackness and the creatures, it feels a lot like I wanted to imagine it, but then I also felt like some of the effects seemed a little bit cheap for what technology can do nowadays. So I'm a little bit torn. And I'm still very hesitant how they're bringing the two stories of those two books together, and it's still being the stories that I know and love.
Yeah,
Have you seen it?
I haven't read the Six of Crows series yet, but I want to do that. I'm curious how they're going to like merge those.
You haven't read it? That completely surprised me.
Well, we just finished Siege and Storm.
Okay.
This month. No.
Okay.
Yeah, we just finished that whole series this month. We finished Ruin and Rising earlier, so like a week ago, maybe.
So is Six of Crows next?
Mm-hmm. That is the next thing that we're going to read together.
I mean, honestly, I do think Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom are wonderful books. I enjoyed them. Do I think they are worth the hype of being like the best books ever? No. No, they're not. But they're fun. A lot of fun. And I loved some of the characters, and I'm very excited to hear what you think about it. Talking about the trailer, yeah, can't wait either. I got a quick peek of Jasper. Yeah, love him. Kaz, Inej, and my favorite Grisha is Zoya. You wait. I mean, I love Zoya, but I do not remember seeing Zoya in the trailer. But I probably completely zoned out because it's been such a long time since I read it. So I probably just didn't identify her. I have to watch it again.
You can look up the cast online.
True. And what do you mean by read on with this series, Zoya grows? You mean like in Kingdom of Scars, or do you mean in the? I don't remember. Do we learn about Zoya's childhood in the trilogy? I don't remember that. You just read it.
Well, Zoya is like I'm trying to remember. She's like, it's just kind of a side character, so I don't pay quite as much attention to her. Yeah. I know I really didn't like her most of the time.
I love that character, but then again, I often do like characters that are not very likable, but she wasn't written that unlikable.
For the first bit, she was. She did become better throughout. Like I didn't hate her at the end.
I get it.
I'm trying to remember if there was something about her childhood or not.
Well,
there might have been,
but then probably maybe Purple Rain Hearts. You can tell us where it is, because I haven't read King of Scars yet, but it's sitting on my shelf waiting. Up to part 2 in Death Prefers Blondes. Nice. I can't wait to finish the series and start Six of Crows as well. I'm very excited to hear what you think about it. I read like turtle speed, but I got 18 pages done. That is not turtle speed. That's absolutely fine speed. And
I got 17 pages done the first 30-minute sprint. So
absolutely fine. It always depends on what you're reading too. It was so distracting that sprint, but I managed 50 pages. Wow. 41 pages. You're all doing so great. 18 pages. Only 54 pages left of Deep Dish. Nice. You're going to be finishing that soon. Got to 18%. Nice. Where did you start, though? Did you start at 0? And how many pages does the book have? Like, how much is this? Right up to page 44 in Elantris. Yes, you picked Elantris. And it's really interesting so far, and I love his writing, and especially the maps. Yeah, I adore Brandon Sanderson's writing, but I think I've mentioned that before slightly. 12 pages and annotations. Well done. Hi, the Beach Bum Bookworm. The Tailor is a scene from the first one, just from Jenny's point of view. I don't like her at all. Right. I don't remember that character much. So I would have to read into it again. This is the first year of reading Libadugo. Oh, okay. I used the last sprint to finish my workout and take a shower. Ready to read now. Yes. I finished Gemini yesterday, so I'll continue Adilaru today. Nice. That's a good plan. What books do I need to read before Shadow and Bone? I want to read it for a while. This is the time, I guess. It is the time, and you don't need to read anything before. The trilogy starts with Shadow of Bone.
I think she means before watching the show Shadow and Bone.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah, the trilogy Shadow and Bone. So the trilogy, the first book is called Shadow and Bone. So start with that, and that's a trilogy. And I think it's a pretty quick read. And then Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom. So it's altogether it's 5 books that the show is based on. From the trailer, it looks like first we have a very heavy focus on the trilogy and not the Six of Crows and Crooked Kingdom, but I don't know how much that meshes when. It's supposed to be based on both, but the trailer is just a few seconds of the duology.
Yeah, I'd say the trailer very much like showed a lot of just the first book, Shadow and Bone.
Yes. Yeah, and just a peek of the characters of Six of Crows, and that's it. So yeah, I would start with Shadow and Bone with the first book, and then just see how far you get before the series comes out. Zoya was standing next to the Darkling when Alina first came to him. Okay, I will just watch that trailer again and I'll take a look at it. And yes, Zoya, childhood is in King of Scars. Okay, that just put it up on my TBR. In King of Scars, we find out what happened and why she hardened her heart. So read King of Scars. That sounds... I really want to read it now, but I don't have room on my TBR anymore for March. It's already too much, so I need to find a way to put it on my April TBR. I plan on trying Brandon Sanderson eventually, yes. As
Same. Yeah, I haven't read any Brandon Sanderson either. But I have like the YA book, the Skyward or whatever. Came in one of the boxes.
Yeah, the YA. I think the Fairy Loot had a special edition. Anyways, if you like science fiction, Skyward is wonderful. But if you're more of a fantasy person, I feel like most of the other fantasy pales in after reading against the Sanderson stuff. Your cup is adorable, yes, and you just shown it. How long have you used Bookly? Do you like it? Yes, I love it. I have used it for 2-3 years. Let's see if I can. No, it only lets me go back. Oh wait, I have read 405 books with Bookly, so quite a bit. Yeah, it doesn't tell me the date. But yeah, it's a lot and I like it. I like having a good tracker about not only about the amount of books that I read, but also it's pretty much telling me how I'm with my pacing and how much more time I am going to probably spend on that book. So with my reading speed, I can predict, okay, this is another 2-3 hours read. I like to be able to compare my reading speed, and also it's amazing for all these challenges where it's like read for 10 hours or 12 hours within the next 24 hours, because it you can just literally see all the hours added up and that kind of stuff. So I really do enjoy it, and I use it religiously. I will just be continuing Brandon Sanderson's books during these sprints so you can keep talking about it. Yes. Jenya is the geisha that was first her friend and was in love with David, who I love. Yeah. I have to still brush my knowledge up on Genya. That is so cute. I think talking about your cub.
Yeah.
I have to go now. My phone is about to die, so I will be back when I get done folding clothes. Right. On that note, shall we read again?
But real quick, earlier we were doing one of the reading sprints, and Marty comes into the room and he's like, are you still doing your live show? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, it's very quiet for a live show. I was like, we're doing a reading sprint. And he's like, oh. He thought it was like a regular live show. And he's like, why aren't y'all talking?
Right. I'm like, I thought he should have gotten the concept by now.
I think he's not always home or awake or whatever when we do it.
Oh, that makes sense. Purple Rain Hearts. I'm trying to avoid spoilers, but King of Scars seems to not have a lot of Nikolai, but the ending. Wait, you're trying to avoid spoiling us. Is that how I'm reading it? Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, please don't. But yeah, now that you're saying that, King of Scars, it's a duology again, right?
I think
So when
Rule of the Wolves is the sequel. That's just coming out or about to come out.
yeah, that was just my question, because I feel like it sounds like after this message that I want to binge it back to back. Published March 30th. So yeah, sounds like April is a good plan for both. Okay, shall we read again?
We shall. I'm going to go back to the Descent of the Drowned.
Nice. All right, then happy reading.
Enjoy.
And welcome back.
Yeah, I got a little distracted. I only got like 13 pages read. My mom was writing me. And I was like, she wrote me and asked me if I wanted to go to Nicaragua. I'm like, and
Okay.
dates, and I was like, why? Why there? And why those dates? My mom has a little bit of a travel bug too.
I mean, that would have distracted me too, but I totally get that. Yeah, I read 42 pages, and I did not get to finish the last page in the chapter. I was like, shh, I want to get this last page done, but no.
That's me too. Like I just turned the page and this is where I'm at. So I still have like this part of the chapter to read.
But honestly, I'm surprised how much I'm into this book. I did not expect that I would like it and enjoy it that much, but it's really, the way that it's written is really like captivating, and I could just curl up and forget the world. So
well, that's good.
Yeah. Oh, and I grabbed my edition, and the traitor is in the back. That's a sentence that I never thought I would say, but yeah, I just completely missed it. It's in the back, but there's an interview before that, and I just thought I'm not going to bother with the interview, and then I completely missed that there was a short story in the back. So now I have something more to read there. Wonderful. So Ashley is asking, how long do you think this will be going on for? A while, I'm assuming, because I have another 2 hours to read in this book and another 2 hours and 20 to read in this one. And I need to get at least one of them done. I actually need to get both done before I go to sleep, but I don't know if I can get both done on this live.
Yeah, I plan on sticking around for at least another 2.5 hours. So at least that long.
How long are you planning to stay with us? That would be the question. I'm back now. Have you on the laptop now? Very good. I'm liking that. 20 more pages done of lore. Nice. That's good. 80 pages. Wow. I am impressed. Only 120 left, so that's like 1.5 sprints, right?
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Very fast reader. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I only read 15 pages because I started late, but I really like the book so far. That's good. Yeah, I heard a lot of good stuff about Addie LaRue. I've also heard some mixed things. I think it's one of those that you either going to love or hate.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Kay. Joined late but read 12 pages. That sounds perfect. 12 pages is good progress. Went away for a while and only went from 18 to 23%. But that's good. I mean, that's 5% progress. Yeah. That's good. 24 pages left. Nice. Going to start finishing books here. I love when we're finishing books. Admitted to my landlord I was having a bad brain day, and his wife made him bring me down a piece of her key lime pie.
Aww. I love key lime
pie. I don't think I've ever had a proper key lime pie.
The best key lime pie that you could possibly get, in my opinion, is in Key West, where the key limes grow.
One day, if we ever get to travel again. I got distracted by Instagram. Why can't I speak? Finished 27 pages. So you got distracted and you finished 27 pages. That's impressive. I was getting ready for bed, so I read only 10 pages. That's good. I love the interview as well. Yeah, I do get that, but I get so excited when I'm finishing a book to start the next one that I often cannot be bothered with stuff in the back with like bonus material. I suck at that kind of stuff.
For me, it depends. Like if I'm like absolutely loving the book, I'm like, obsessed with it. It's like one of my new favorite books. Anything extra, like the acknowledgments, interview,
Yeah,
note from the author, I'll read it all.
that's true.
But it's like
Yeah.
only those that I'm like obsessed with.
Um, Probably not everything, but it depends on what type of the bonus material is and everything. So, I just finished earlier today a book that's called "The Girl at the Back of the Bus," and the way that it was written, well, spoiler alert, I cried at the end of this book because it was so beautiful. But the way that it was written, I was wondering if it was autobiographical as well, and then I started reading the afterword, the acknowledgments, and everything to see if I can find a hint if it's more of a memoir or if it's completely fictional. But I was not able to find a hint towards either one, so I still don't know. But
Google.
that's when I started reading it. It's appropriate that I'm reading for the Cars readathon. I am speed. Okay. I am lately not participating in a lot of readathons for some reason. I don't know why. Um, I've done the Valentine's, but and I also have your announcement on my watch later for like ever. It
Bring in
feels
the
like.
readathon.
Yeah, I haven't watched it still. I feel so bad.
It's March 15th to March 21st. It's just 1 week.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of do this one just because it's you. So we're kicking it off on the 15th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you mentioned in my announcement video. You should watch
Yeah.
it.
So I wanted to, it's definitely on my, but I wanted to find a quiet time to actually, these type of announcements. It's not the type of video that I watch while doing other stuff or that plays in the back that I'm just listening to because when I watch announcement videos, I usually want to start taking notes about, ooh, I could read that. Ooh, I want to do this. So I need quiet time, sit down and listen and watch. And I did not have the time to do that.
Also, these announcement videos, like when I do my like readathon announcement videos, I put so much effort in. Like, there's graphics and all kinds of like. There's some of my shortest videos, but they take the longest to edit because I do so much with them.
Nice. Okay, I'll appreciate that even more if I watch that now, knowing that. Key lime pie is amazing. Yeah, I'll have to take your word on that. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen one in Europe overall. I think we have in some countries things that are similar from like the idea, but obviously not the same or not even coming really absolutely close to it. But yeah, and it was good, but it went from 1880s to New York City 2014 to New Orleans back to 1880s. Right.
Time hopping around.
Yeah. I mean, that can be nice, but it depends on how it's done. It can be really good or really confusing. Reading-a-thon is going to be so much fun. Can't wait. Yes,
Yes, it is.
I'll probably only stay for the next sprint, then I'm gonna sleep after. That's fair. What time is it in Kuwait? I have no idea what time zone that is. Mel goes all out on her announcement videos.
I really do. And Cece, your picture does show up in my video. Yeah.
Nice. Aw, thank you. I need to watch the announcement video again to get ready. Yeah, see, that's totally, I totally feel that, and I usually try to already do that when I watch it the first time through, tempted to do the Springathon just because it's Melanie doing it. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's TMT plus 3, so it's 1:30. Yeah, so that's absolutely fair. One more sprint and then bed. I think that's fair. I enjoy the time hopping so far, though it's always announced in the beginning of the chapter, so no confusion there. That's good. I had a time jump in this just now 2 chapters ago, and it wasn't announced, and I was completely confused for like 2-3 pages until I was like, oh, we're back at the time when we started the book. So the 70-page flashback is over. So yeah. Can you read Crooked Kingdom without reading Six of Crows? I would say no.
Yeah,
no.
I mean, no. I haven't read them, but considering it's a duology,
no.
I would think it's kind of like, can I read the back half of this book without reading the front half?
Yeah, don't do it. It's especially in this duology, it builds up too much on what happened in the first book. A lot of people say that you can read Six of Crows without reading the Shadow and Bone trilogy. And in theory, that's true because the characters are different, but I still wouldn't even advise that, only if you really need to. I started with Six of Crows, and I was so confused for the first quarter of the book because I didn't understand the world. Because the whole world, the way the Grisha works and everything was explained in the trilogy, and it wasn't given that much detail and that much explaining in Six of Crows. So it took me a lot longer to get into Six of Crows. This is good for me as I'm doing my first 24-hour reading challenge with my friend. Oh, you're doing that right now? How are you doing so far? And like, from when to when is that going? And what hour are you on? My library only has Crooked Kingdom for some reason. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. That's awful.
Maybe you could find it on something else like Scribd or Hoopla, or like my library uses multiple different apps like Hoopla and Libby and a bunch of others. So maybe you can like use one of the apps to find.
I'll try to get a used book. I oftentimes get my library oftentimes does not have English books, but then I can get them used quite cheaply on like auction sites like eBay or even on Amazon used, and sometimes you can get really good bargains.
I sell the heck out of some, or recently I've been selling the heck out of some books on eBay, which has been great because I'm like, I go through and I start scanning like the UPC codes of the books that I'm going to get rid of, and I'm like, okay, if it's worth selling, then I'll try to sell it. Otherwise, I take it to, I'll take books to my local. It's a gigantic used bookstore, and they like will trade. And you can get cash or credit. I always get the credit because you get more that way, and I can get more books. But yeah, I'll take what I can't sell on eBay to there, and then from there, whatever they don't take, then I'll like donate or give away or whatever.
Yeah, I pretty much sell all my books on eBay too. So I get the books, some of them used on eBay, and then I resell them once I'm done. There's not a lot of options for me to get rid of English books any other way here, because a lot of places where you could donate books, they don't even take them. So I could do that with German-speaking books, but there's not a lot of places that make sense. There's like these free libraries around where I could put them in, but
yeah, I actually have kept a few that I'm like, I think that weren't worth enough for me to bother selling on eBay, or McKay's didn't take them and stuff. And so I'm like, well, I think these are good quality books, and some of them I'll donate, but like all some I'm like, I think these would be good in a little free library, and I want to build like one of those little free libraries and have out by my mailbox and like put those books
Oh,
in there. So, like I have like a small box of books that I've
nice.
saved for my little free library. once
That's
I get
cool.
out, once we get rid of like done with the other massive projects we're working on, then maybe I can work on this small project.
It's a cute idea. I don't think it would work for me here. I'm so much like so out in the country. There's so little like there's not a lot of people living here, and then I have the majority of my books are English, so I don't think it would make sense for me. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm selling most of mine on eBay, even for just like €1. I consider it then being donated. That's fine too. It's from 8 to 8 p.m. So you are on hour 14. Nice. So you have you passed the halfway mark. Okay, so the one in Nashville is taking only tote-filled number of books due to COVID, but I was wondering how big is their tote things?
So there are a couple of different McKays. There's only like 3 or 4 of them in the country. 2 of them are in Tennessee. One's in Nashville and one's here in Chattanooga. The way our McKay's was working was they have, I can't even get it all on the screen, a bin probably as wide as my shelf and maybe as deep as like a
I
shelf.
can switch the screen.
So it's probably about like the bins are probably about this wide and about yay tall, and you could do like 2 of those per person or per car per vehicle. But now it's the cases here have gotten better, so they've they've stopped doing that and they're back to like the normal trade in stuff. Before they also you had to do all your trade ins like normally before you would bring them all inside and go through their whole system. But with all the COVID stuff, it was actually you pull your car around to the back and they had people set up outside and everything had to be sanitized before they even came in. And so, but now they're not having to do that either. So now we get to bring them inside.
And yes, going searching. Well, good luck. I hope you'll find it. And happy reading for that one. It was a lot of fun. I'm going to read a little bit more before I fall asleep. Thank you for the reading sprint and have fun for the remaining time. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. It's always wonderful to have you.
Yes.
And on that note, I want to continue reading. I want to know where my book is going. I want to read the last page of the chapter.
Same.
So let's do another 30 minutes sprint, shall we?
Yes.
And happy reading.
Enjoy. Hello.
It's time again. Welcome back.
I got 17 pages. And I learned something.
Good. What did you learn?
That apparently snake charmers will sew the mouths of the cobras shut so that they can't attack. And sometimes they'll even remove the fangs and sew their mouths shut. Sometimes they'll leave just enough opening for their tongues to flit out, but that's it. And then eventually they'll starve to death. And then when they're starved to death, their sloths are used to make amulets for protection.
What?
Yeah, that was in the book, and so I Googled it, and yeah.
Okay.
I was like, wow, didn't know that.
I don't
Also,
know if I needed to know that.
I'm on page 47, and already a 14-year-old girl has been brutally raped.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask you if the book is good so far, but it feels like the wrong wording.
Yeah, I mean, it's well written. It is well written. It's just
it seems like a lot.
yeah, I think there's a lot of hard topics.
Yeah.
Touched on, like the girl Roma, the main character or one of the main characters, she's questioning everything about their religion and their beliefs and all of that. The women are told they're representing this goddess or whatever, but really they're just like sex slaves. They don't have a choice. And the other main character, Leviathan, his mother, she was like one of the lower caste people, and her patron, the man that she had to service, he decided, I really like you. I want to move you into my house, though he's married. And he was like also a really high ranking person, and his wife was very jealous and didn't like this, so she poisoned this woman so that she couldn't bear any children, and like any more children of his. And then it ended up causing like organ failure, and she died.
Barbara is asking what kind of book is that?
Fantasy.
I think you mentioned a lot, but maybe you want to.
It's a fantasy. It's a debut novel. It's based in, I think, India. From what I'm gathering, it's like, and it's kind of built on the like all their gods and goddesses and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's I have a feeling it's gonna be a tough book, considering how much has happened in just the first 47 pages. And also, it's touched on the fact that Roma has had a patron before, and it didn't go well. And I guess that's why she sliced up her face, so she couldn't be made to do that again, or at least not for a while.
Yeah, makes sense. This is tough too. I mean, as I said, reads like a memoir, and it's about really tough upbringing of this son of immigrants. His original father is somebody who earned money from like being a thief, and then left when he was still a baby, and ended up in a prison somewhere and died. He's being raised under like throughout the week on a farm with like foster parents, and visits his mom only on weekends. And the foster father is a Nazi who was fighting on the German side during the war. So even though the war has been over for a while now, he is giving him very conflicting, like he's raising him with very conflicting thoughts. And right now, this boy just started his first class in school, and he's obviously repeating what he has been learning from his foster dad. And this is raising all kinds of alarms because they're like, you're being told pretty wrong things. And yeah, his mother's new boyfriend is a drunk and beating her and everything. So a lot of tough things in here as well, but it's written so well. Yeah, I'm halfway through, and this is a sit down and just read it in one go kind of book.
Also, I noticed like throughout reading that there's a lot of words that they do kind of describe like what the word is throughout the story, but then like just on the first time it's used, and then after that it just uses the word. But there is a glossary in the back. So here's the glossary. It goes like right here. I can turn the page here. I turned too much. Hold on. So here and here.
That's okay. I mean, it's not too much, but it's quite a bit.
And then here's the author. It says she is a Danish Pakistani author.
Oh, that's
currently
interesting.
based in England.
That's a very interesting combination. I don't think I've heard a lot about like Scandinavian, Danish, and Pakistani. Interesting. It sounds like a book that I would want to read, but potentially not on a live.
Yeah. Yeah. There are definitely some trigger warnings.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So Purple Rain Heart says, oh my god, The House on the Cerulean Sea. That book is so good and a little funny. Yeah, I had that on my TBR twice. I really wanted to get to it, and I had to push it out, and I feel so bad about it because I hear so many good things.
I hear a lot of good things about that. I have it on my wish list. I don't own it yet.
Same. All right, I reached page 100, and it was at the start of a chapter, so this is a good place to stop. Thanks for the sprints. I had fun. Enjoy your reads. Thank you. You're already gone, I'm assuming, but thanks for joining us. It's always wonderful to have you here. Book 1 done. Woohoo!
Congratulations.
I love to hear that. I think I read 21 pages. That's good. Wait, I thought Am I confusing you now with Ilva? I thought you wanted to go to bed, but I think I'm confusing you now. Sorry.
I think that was Veronique.
Oh yeah, but I mean there were a couple of people who left and went to bed. Oh yeah, we answered that. I read 70 pages in 30 minutes. Only 50 pages to go. I think I would be faster if it wasn't so boring. How can you go even faster? What is it that you're reading? Is it like 2 words a page, or like how is that possible? I would go faster if it wasn't so boring. I feel like I go faster if it gets boring because I start speed reading.
Like skimming.
So that's interesting as well. That you would be faster if it wouldn't be so boring. That's a good reaction, Melanie. I don't know if I'm disturbed or intrigued. Be right back, heading to Amazon. So I think that's a really good reaction. You sold it. I'm on page 325 of the Authenticity Project. What is that, Claire? I don't think I have heard that before. I feel like I need to look that up right now. Have you heard of that, Melanie? I mean, you could just tell us about it, Claire. But I'm also going to look that up now. The Authenticity Project. Oh
I
yeah.
think during our next sprint, I'm going to switch back to the red pyramid so I can put my audiobook on so I can get some dinner because it's almost 6:30 p.m. here. So I'll have to have dinner in the live. I always end up eating dinner during the live though.
Yeah.
Just because of when we started and everything. So dinner
Which is
time.
fine. Just make us jealous with all the fun stuff that you're eating. Oh, I
I'm
actually
eating
love
leftovers
the
tonight.
cover.
Oh, that is a cute cover. What's it about? I don't know. I haven't looked it up.
The story of a solitary green notebook that brings together 6 strangers and leads to unexpected friendship and even love. I mean, there's a lot more, but I think that already sums it up a little bit. I don't know if that necessarily would be the right read for me, but it sounds intriguing. I would have to read more because if it's too lovey-dovey, it's not for me. But it
I
could
like
go.
the lovey-dovey stuff. So
Yeah. I used to live in Denmark and I'm really missing it today. Ah, yeah. I mean, I fully get that. Sometimes I feel like I want to live everywhere at the same time because I don't want to miss out on any place, if that makes sense.
I want to go everywhere and do everything and see everything.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly. I will be starting Ruin and Rising today, a day early, just can't wait. And the poetry book will take me time. It's heavy with emotions. Yeah, I get that. So yeah, have fun with Ruin and Rising. It's a beautiful book. Good, good, good. I tried to eat, but then my boys took my French fries. The things we do for kids. Yeah. Oh, yes. Don't get me started. I had some French fries earlier, but they did not agree with me. So yeah, it's one of those foods that I love. I love French fries, but somehow my stomach doesn't. It's one of those that I just. It's very depending on the day. Most of the time, I can't eat them, so didn't feel good after. I can finish the chapter. I'll go sleep now. Have to rise early tomorrow. Have a great reading time. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for reading with us. It was great
Make
that
sure
you
to come back and join us on the 15th on my channel.
definitely.
And kick off the Spring into Reading-a-thon.
Yes. I'm not so good at describing. Well,
Okay.
you said it's beautiful. That's all that should matter, right? Oh dear. I'm so much like my head is so much in that book right now. I'm like, ugh, I can't even think about stuff to just chat about because my mind is so occupied with that situation in school where this just left off. And like, what are they going to tell this poor boy that has been like that? I mean, how do you grow up being told all these wrong things and not being given the chance to know that it's wrong what you're hearing? I mean, if it's your parents or people that you love growing up, you just blindly trust, right? You just blindly believe. And I remember my son coming home from his father's house at one point, and his father's girlfriend had told him something that was completely contradictory to what he had learned in school. And my son was completely broken. He was like, who do I trust? My teacher, who he adored, or his father's girlfriend, who he felt like is a very trustworthy person as well. So two adults, very influential on his life, and contradictory beliefs. And like, how do you, as a child, understand who to believe and who to trust? If my son wouldn't have had me to teach him to how to make up his own mind, I don't know what that does to a child's head. It's like, ooh, I think somebody's getting dinner. Oh, that looks good. Dang.
Yummy. It's what we had for dinner last night. I'm like, So Mario's like, yeah, that's what I want for dinner. My leftovers for tonight.
That looks really good.
Very, very hot.
I might go now too. It was great hanging out with everyone. It was great having you. Well, I hope to see you back on the 15th. Let us know if you were able to find Six of Crows. If I had it, if I still had it, I would so give it to you, but I actually sold it on eBay.
I have it, but I haven't read it yet. I probably won't get rid of it.
I have 100 pages of Harry Potter left, so I think I can finish tonight. Yes,
Yay.
yes, we can absolutely do that. I love that we're making a lot of good progress today, and I love that. So, do we want to go into the next sprint so you can eat in peace and I can see what happens to my little boy in the book?
Yeah.
All
I didn't
righty.
too. I'm so hungry
Yeah.
now.
I get that. Oh wait, I need to put that up here.
I'm gonna have to slow down my audiobook though, because I had it going way fast because I was reading along with it. So I have to slow it down. I'm not actually looking at the book.
So Claire, I don't know what you're saying yes to, but yes to everything.
Yes to my food. Yes to our sprint.
Yeah, probably. Yes is always a good answer to anything in life. So, happy reading and happy eating to you, Melanie. See you in 30 Welcome back.
I got 36 pages.
34.
Also, they're about to go to Memphis, Tennessee, which I thought was funny.
Yep.
And
Nice.
Marty brought me dessert.
Oh, wow.
And there's actually a banana in it this time. Banana.
You are spoiled. Enjoy. So, Claire said yes to another sprint and to the food too. They mentioned I have to run to the grocery store. We'll be back. So how did everybody else do? I have read really good books lately. I think the last 2 books that I finished were both 5 stars, but I still have not felt so drawn into a book like the one that I'm reading right now. It's so weird. Christina says, I need a Marty too. I need a Marty. Yes. I second that.
Marty. They're saying that they need a Marty too. He said, "Oh."
You just want me for my ice cream.
He said, "You just want me for my ice cream."
For the dinner too.
The dinner too.
That's fair.
He said, "That's fair."
I managed to finish my book, which is ideal. So I'll be starting a new book for the next spring. Nice. What are you picking up? I'm so happy for you for finishing this. I mean, you read like I don't know. I mean,
a lot.
I was hoping to get to 400 pages, but you just flew through that. I mean, wow.
So you said the last 2 books that you've read were 5 stars. What were they?
Yeah. The first one was Wild Seed by Octavia E. Butler. Wonderful. The only thing that I don't understand is that it is classified science fiction, and I don't understand why. It pretty much plays in the span of, I think, 1690 until 1840. It starts out in Africa. We have 2 immortal beings meeting each other. She is something like you would say a shaman or something, but he also is a shapeshifter. And he is an immortal being that uses people's bodies as a vessel to be immortal, but he also kills them while doing that. So, and she doesn't like that very much, but he pretty much promises her a better life. He promises her an immortal family. So kind of saying, hey, you're immortal, I'm immortal, we should be making a family. And as it turns out, he actually has villages where he is breeding people, and when they come to America, she finds out that she's actually in a slave-like position for him. Then she flees because she's not going to do that, and she's immortal too, so she can actually be really dangerous to him. And yeah, it's kind of a battle of the immortals, so to speak. So it feels like a fantasy story based on African American heritage and culture. I don't see the science fiction aspect in it. So I don't really know.
This sounds like the middle grade version of that. Because this is, but granted, this is Egyptian, like Egyptian gods. And these 5 Egyptian gods have been released and kind of have possessed, or not really possessed, but like gone into human hosts. The human's still in control. Well, at least 2 of them are. I don't know if the other humans are still in control or not.
Interesting enough, Wild Seed is a prequel, but the way that it was written and the way that it's ending, I have no idea how the main series actually is going to start. It was actually written after the whole series was written, but the slow read along started with Wild Seed, so they're reading it in a chronological order, and this is why I picked it up in that order as well. I am super pumped to get into Mind of My Mind to see where the actual series is starting, because the way that it ended, I was like, what is going to be the topic, and what, like, it's not like there was a super cliffhanger or something, but I just don't know what the first book in the series will be based on. Yeah, and the other book that I then just read was The Girl in the Back of the Bus, which I briefly mentioned before, where we have the two timelines of a Black woman in the she actually was sitting in the bus with Rosa Parks, and that kind of changed her life as well. And then a young Black woman in current times, and how these two stories weave together. Very, very beautiful. But yeah, those were both 5-star reads. And this one feels like it's a similar vibe, with like very tough upbringing, very tough circumstances, and just a very different time and place. Purple Reinhardt's managed 26 pages. Very good. I got like 20 pages down for Ashley. Very good also. Because I'm on page 361. Not sure if my eyes will stay open to the end. How much longer is it? 361, depending on the book, could be almost done or could be halfway through.
Could be even less than that if it's one of those like 1,400 page books. It could be just the beginning.
I don't think it was that type of book, but I actually... Wait, I still have it open. This one says the edition that I'm looking at only has 384 pages. So you have 120 pages to go. No, wait. I'm mixing that up. You have 20 pages to go. Yeah, you
have 40 pages to go.
Jumping down. Just 40 pages. Yeah, you can do that. I have every confidence that you can do that. I'm going for When All Is Said by Anne Griffin. It's only 264 pages, so I'm hoping to get through a decent chunk. So at the speed that you're reading, you're going to be halfway through by the end of the next sprint. Then almost went off to sleep, so I went on my phone for a bit. Yeah, I get that. I feel like that's a misnomer, because Dawn Butler would be Afrofuturism, and I think that gets translated to science fiction, which I don't think is super accurate. Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, it is Afrofuturism, but I have seen it classified as science fiction everywhere, and no.
Wouldn't Afrofuturism be like a subgenre of science fiction?
I would have thought so. It makes sense. Let me Google the definition of Afrofuturism. I have not, to be fair, looked that up before. Afrofuturism is cultural aesthetics, philosophy of science, and philosophy of history. That explores the developing intersection of African diaspora culture with technology. So there is a technology aspect, right? Philosophy of science, culture with technology. I'll have to look further into this, but it sounds like it's...
We're probably going to be going for at least another hour.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, if nobody's going to continue reading with me, I'm probably going to continue reading off the live sprint, But as long as there's people reading here with me, I'm probably going to. Well, I'm definitely going to finish this one, and I think this is at least another hour of reading. What does my app say? Yeah, 1 hour 25. So this is 3 sprints. And then I also want to get an absolutely remarkable thing done, but I don't know if that's going to be on a sprint or off camera. So let's see. Even better. Good night. Claire saying good night. All. I'm going to read and then drop off. Thanks for tonight. Well, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. It was really lovely to have you here. All right. So, did you want to? Oh, Barbara's asking what was for dinner. She showed it. I'm jealous.
It was chicken, and green beans, but it was like a panko crusted chicken with like garlic and herbs and stuff. It was really good. And then, yeah, and the green beans were yummy too. And then for dessert, banana split.
I mean, you can't go wrong with green beans. I love green beans.
They were good. Banana splits were
I love a lot of green vegetables, so green beans is good, but there's a lot of other green vegetables that are always good as well.
Yeah, they were. Green beans were baked.
Alrighty, you ready to read? Getting the last scoops. I can finish my book in about 2 sprints, I think. All right, then let's go for 2 sprints. Well, not back to back, but we'll take a little break in between sprints. But happy to have you for 2 sprints, maybe even 3. You could pick up a new book.
All right, let's do this.
Adding the timer. Happy reading, everyone.
Enjoy.
Welcome back.
I got another 40 pages of
Nice. Nice. I only did 28 pages, but it's all good. I have roughly an hour left. Right now in this book, though, they just went on vacation to Italy, and they're like at the beach in Italy, and I'm like, me too, please. I want to go.
Me free. I want to go places and do things.
Yes. Whenever you're reading something smutty and there starts to be a lot in like every single chapter and you start to skim over it, I don't know if that's just me, but it's annoying. Yeah, I think there's people who love it and who actually read books for it. I'm not that type of person. I skip the smutty parts because it just doesn't give me anything. It's just boring.
I don't skip the smutty parts. Sometimes I'll reread the smutty parts.
Oh my God, my hair is no. Looks like I just read some smutty parts, but it's just vacation in Italy. So yeah, it annoys me too, because it just doesn't feel to me like it's adding to the story much. But I absolutely understand that there is a target group that loves that bits, and it's written for them, not me.
Yeah, I mean there are certain books that, like, if I'm going for smut, then that's what I'm reading it for, is the smut. If you know, if it's not like like a big part of this, okay, like for example, A Court of Thorns and Roses, that series has a lot of smut in it, but it's not necessarily like you're not reading it for the smut. So like you can skim over the smut in that. But if you're reading like erotica, you're reading it for the smut.
That's why I don't read it.
For the smut in that case.
But I do have a feeling that quite a lot of people are reading A Court of Thorns and Roses series for the smut and nothing else.
No, see, I read that for not the smut. The smut is just, man.
Right.
If I want smut, I'll read something way smuttier than that.
Okay, I get that. So you just joined and going to start The House in the Cerulean Sea. Yeah, that was mentioned today earlier. Thanks for joining us. Glad you're here. Hope you're enjoying your reading time. Love that book. Enjoy. Yeah, I've heard so many good things. Need to pick it up. I got to the first 37 pages and I'm already hooked. That's a good sign. That's a really good sign. This is a much slower read. It's so emotional, so I managed 40 pages. Oh, just 40 pages. Just 40 pages in a 30-minute sprint. You're so slow. I don't even know how to deal with that.
Like I made 40 pages, but it was like middle grade.
Yeah. Just had an emergency phone meeting for 45 minutes on a Sunday night, which could have been a 2-sentence email sent on a Tuesday.
Ugh.
Are you serious? I mean, oh. Yeah.
That's rude.
I have come across quite a lot of emergency meetings, but I have never come across one where I felt like this could have been a 2-sentence email in 2 days. Like, maybe some of them could have been 2-sentence emails, but I always understood the sense of urgency behind these calls. But yeah, I don't envy you for this situation. So, but I'm assuming that now you're back and reading, and this is over. Relate to the stream. Sorry, forgot and went to sleep in reading. Bridgerton, the Duke, and I. Well, better late than never, right? Welcome. we're not gone yet, so come read with us. And since you went to sleep reading, you probably can go for a while, can't you? I'll take all the smut I can get. I told you there's enough people out there who enjoy that.
I'm curious what you think of this book. I actually put it on my wish list because I was interested, but I've heard, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm still as interested in it. So
What
I'd
is it?
like. I think it's kind of a sci-fi, and it's in the way the world is now, it's deemed okay to eat humans, and yeah, so it's like they're selling human meat in the stores and things like that. Yeah.
It can be really gross and not good, but it can also be a really good book. Erica, please share with us what you think and make us want to read it or save us from a bad read.
Yeah.
It does have a 3.95 rating on Goodreads, so it doesn't sound too bad.
My candles.
Just tap in, love the candle lighting in the background. Yeah.
I
Charlie
made
has
these
a beautiful.
candles at a place called Candlefish Workshop in Charleston, South Carolina. I got to add my own scents and everything, and it smells so good.
That's really nice. I love that.
It was fun.
I got an emergency Amber Alert for a flash flood, and it scared me so bad I jumped out of my bed to the floor. I jumped out of my chest. I don't think I've ever had an alert like that, but I probably would react similarly.
Yeah, well, it sounds something like like coming through your phone and everything else. It's I know exactly what she's talking about. It can, especially if it's all quiet and you're just chilling, and then it would just definitely freak you
I get
out.
scared by people coming back from a reading sprint and saying time's up. So that would probably give me a heart attack. So Erica's talking more, but it is truly the most horrifying thing I've ever read. Not scary, but horrifying. Some people would love it, some people wouldn't. I think I might be a person who loves it. If it's like humans are brutal and horrifying beings, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, it was in the list for things that could be voted for the top Goodreads horror section.
Oh,
or maybe it was the winner for. I can't remember if it was the winner or if it was just in the top 10 for the Goodreads Choice Awards for horror,
okay.
which is why I added it to my list.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that section because I'm usually not a horror reader. But I think it's more of I'm not a paranormal horror reader. It just creeps me out the wrong way. I don't find enjoyment in it. But realistic, if it's science fiction or whatever horror, I think that could be my jam. I'm just starting The Hunted by Meg de la Pena. The first book, The Living, wasn't my favorite, but they ended it to where you have to read the second book. I hope you enjoy the second book more. I mean, alternatively, if it's crap, DNF it and find a summary online to know how it ends, or find somebody who read it who can tell you how it ends. I love when this happens in a buddy read and the other person is continuing, and I'm like, I'm out, but you can tell me how it ends. I'm the worst buddy reader if I don't like a book. I mean, if I hate a book, then I will continue because then I can trash talk it, because that's my favorite kind of buddy read. I kind of want to read Akatar, but I haven't even finished Talk, but also have no motivation to read Emperor of Storms.
So I read the Throne of Glass series, not Throne of Glass series. I read the Akatar series first, and then I went and read the Throne of Glass series. And I mean, you don't have to read them in any particular order, like one or the other. But I can tell you, I absolutely loved ACOTAR, and I enjoyed Throne of Glass. But I don't know, Throne of Glass to me was like a little bit of a letdown after having read ACOTAR. I've heard a lot of people say it's better if you read Throne of Glass first, just because ACOTAR is better.
I haven't read all of ACOTAR, but that is also because I'm not into smut. And I did enjoy the Throne of Glass series. I'm not sure why exactly Throne of Glass is supposed to be a letdown. I felt like I've only read the first ACOTAR book, which is supposed to be really bad, and that's when I stopped. I did enjoy most of the Throne of Glass series a lot. I think there's some wonderful characters and dynamics in there. I was let down a little bit by the last book because I just wished it would have ended a little bit differently. I was waiting for a different kind of Big Bang, and it was just the big finale was delivered in a weird way for me.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed it.
If you only read the first out of the ACOTAR series, like what happens in the second book just makes you like, oh, everything in the first book.
Yeah, I'm contemplating.
You hate in the second book.
I'm contemplating if I should pick it up because everybody tells me it's so good and I should really pick it up, and the second book is so much better. But then again, I'm not into smut, and I hear so many people are reading it for the smut, and I'm like, that turns me off.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there are some smutty parts in it, but it's not like I don't get why people are reading it for the smut, because I mean, except for A Court of Frost and Starlight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a big smutty thing in there, like sky sex and but as far as the others, I mean, yeah, there's little smutty parts, but yeah, to me it's the story, and oh my goodness, what happens in the second book.
I might have to pick it up one day. But yeah, I enjoyed Empire of Storms. But if you want to pick up ACOTAR instead, just do it. I mean, read what you feel.
Yeah, you don't have to read them one over the other.
Yeah, I mean, you can read them parallel. You don't have to finish Throne of Glass series before going into ACOTAR. So it's very descriptive and graphic. I appreciate the merit of writing and the author being able to evoke such strong emotions and not being afraid to completely go there. I'll probably rate it 4 stars. It sounds like this is going on my list right now. Wish list here. Just putting it on my list. There was a flash flood earlier for Middle Tennessee. Oh.
Marty, is it raining right now? The weather, because I'm kind of middle Tennessee.
Yeah.
I'm gonna check my weather.
We'll go through continue through the comments while you check your weather.
Oh no, it's going to start raining in a couple of hours here.
Okay. Well, hope you're going to stay safe and it's not going to turn into a flash flood for you.
Oh no, we have flood watch. Except I live like at the top of a hill, like a big. I think I'm okay.
When I lived in North Carolina, I had one for a tornado, and then the tornado was very underwhelming. Well, but there was one, so better safe than sorry. All the more reason to turn off the ringer on your phone. Yes, Justin, I agree. It would scare the crap out of me. It's really great commentary on the human condition. Yeah, that's what I like about. That's when I like horror or like horrific things.
I don't think turning off your ringer works when it's an alert. I think it comes on. It makes your ringer. I think it does.
I mean, that would make sense. The idea behind it is to scare the crap out of you, right?
Yeah, it's to get your attention and make sure you don't miss it. So,
Have any of y'all read Illuminae? Is it good? I've never read sci-fi before. I loved it. I loved it for the way it was written. So the format of having articles and everything. If you've never read sci-fi before, I'm not sure if the story is going to be a jam and if that's the best to start sci-fi with.
I mean, I think some people who don't typically go for sci-fi still really enjoy that story. For the relationships in it, and also because of the format is told so interestingly. I'm actually starting a buddy read of that series, I think starting next month. So we're reading Illuminae then.
Yeah, I've only read the first one, but I also read quite a bit of sci-fi. I love the sci-fi genre. Why don't you just give it a go? Give it. I think one of the things that annoyed me about the book, and that's probably the only thing that annoyed me about the book, was that due to the format, you have like all these interview clips and reports and everything. It's not separated into chapters, so there's no logical. I'm gonna pause here. I'm gonna go grab dinner. I'm gonna come back. There's always another page to go, and there was no way of saying, okay, this is where I pause. And it felt like pausing in the middle of a chapter, and it felt horrible.
I've also heard that it is best to, I've heard the audiobook's amazing. Reading the physical book is like necessary. And I've heard to get the best, listen to it while following along in the book, because there's graphics in the book that you need to see that you can't really get in the audiobook, but the audiobook is told with like a full cast, and that it's a really, really good audiobook. So it's best to use them together.
Absolutely agree with that. That's how I read it, and I would absolutely recommend doing it that way. I'm not a huge fan of sci-fi, but I found Illuminae interesting. Definitely listen to the audiobook and follow along with the physical book. There we go. Yes, agreed. Just because I'm new to reading, is there any authors that are not okay to read because of things they have said or done? I don't want to support people that have been problematic. Like in general?
J.K. Rowling.
I think there's a website where they gather all the information about all the authors' wrongdoings ever, and you can check if the author is a no-go. I think this is a tough one because it feels like the level of when people say this author is no-go is very different for everybody. Some people or like, this person said something wrong once but apologized, but it doesn't matter because they said something wrong once, they're canceled for me. And then others are like, only if they're J.K. Rowling and
say the same terrible things over and over and over again, and
over and over,
and are adamant that that's exactly what they meant, and they're just horrible people.
And then there's still people reading those books because they are convinced that they can separate the author from the art. I'm not saying that I agree with any of this at this point. My opinion lies a little bit probably in the middle. I think in a lot of cases you cannot separate the art from the author because the author's opinion will seep into the art a lot of times. In like the way the opinions are formed, it's very hard to keep that at the door when you're writing or when you're forming certain art pieces.
I don't know, because like, I mean, the Harry Potter books, it's all about, these books are about acceptance and love and family and all of these things. And
I tend to disagree a little bit. I mean, yes, on the surface they do, but they have a lot of problematic themes in there. They have a lot of problematic worldviews in there that seep through. A lot of problematic racism that is mirrored in there, stigmas, systematic racism that is being enhanced. So I think it's a tough one, but anyways, I think you need to find your own level of where you're comfortable and not. It makes sense. I don't remember what that website was called, but I think if you Google that, you probably find this website pretty quickly, and they just list all the awful things a lot of authors did, and then you have to make up your own mind if you find it okay to read the author or not, and not let other people tell you what you can or cannot read. People who still read Harry Potter because of their reasons, they're
They've
still
grown
allowed
up with it or whatever. I
to-
mean,
it's their decision.
I am one of those people that I'm for the whole separating an artist from their work, because like I don't know, in my opinion, you can love something for one reason that has
Mhm.
nothing to do with the person that created it.
Yeah.
You know, for whatever reason, and
I agree with that.
not approve of what that person does. There's like I think he's just a director or something that I was actually a big fan of a lot of the shows and stuff that he did, director or producer or something like that. And like my all-time favorite show is actually one that he created, and I named my kid after one of the characters from his show. And it turns out he's a horrible human being, but I can separate him from the show that I love so much, because it wasn't necessarily him that I loved about it. It was the show and the people that portrayed the characters in the show and things like that.
And it's a very complicated topic. I absolutely see where I can agree with you. But then you always need to be very mindful about all these opinions and thoughts and all the horrible things seeping through. I think in some ways of art form, it's easier to separate it than others, especially in books. I find it really hard because that was also my issue with Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind had a wonderful main character. I love the evilness of the main character, historical setting that I loved. But the way that Black people were portrayed just was so racist. And I'm not talking about this was a historical setting and this was true to how they were treated historically. I'm talking about how the author wrote people and situations. It was so despicable. It was just plain awful. And that is just something that I feel like it's very hard to look past, because it is enhancing systematic racism. If you read that kind of thing and read these kind of images, how people are being portrayed. And that's kind of where I'm having problem with separating art from the author, because it's sometimes not on the surface. Anyways, you need to find your own level and you need to make up your own mind. That's the most important thing, because just following people and what they say probably doesn't make it better. I can't read horror either. I did read The Haunting on Hill House, and horror was good as well. I liked My Plain Jane, but that wasn't really scary to me. I read My Plain Jane, and I didn't feel like that was really. I wouldn't classify that as horror. Maybe a little bit creepy, like a ghosty story, but not horror.
I haven't read it, but it didn't sound like it was horror to me.
What was it based on? It's based on a. Is it Jane Eyre? It was one of the Jane classics. I don't know if I'd call Tender's Flesh sci-fi, more dystopian. Yeah, you're just selling it more to me. I tried reading American Psycho, and it was literally the only book in 2 years I DNF'd. Couldn't do the body horror. The movie is an easier watch. I get that. I think if it gets too much, I couldn't do it either. Have you read it?
Me, no.
I take notes.
I'm not one.
Oh my gosh, Barbara, are you serious?
I love Barbara.
Oh, yes. We need to get through that comments a little bit quicker, because I feel like we're always going to jump between topics. I can handle horror, but the novel is so much worse. Okay. I don't think that will be for me. However, if you need an unreliable narrator trope, American Psycho would work, but be aware of all trigger and content warnings. I don't know if that's for me. Oh, we already I don't know if we are through the comments or if my comments are just acting up. Sometimes it's just jumping. James Dasher and Jay Asher gave me the ick. They were accused of abusing young people at literary festivals and events. That is not okay. But I feel like lately, the list is getting so long. I'm wondering if there's going to be any authors left that I can read. It's, yeah. But as I said, making up your own mind is important on that one. The movie American Psycho gave me nightmares for years, and I like horror movies. Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm probably going to stay away from that then. Hey, ladies, I'm back. Now just to put groceries up. Okay, you do that, and then it's back to reading, I assume. Should we start another one? I have 2 more sprints to go until I'm finished with my book, and I'm quite eager to finish that.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
You sent me a message and I was just like distracted.
All right, then happy reading, everyone.
Yes.
And we're back. Well, it looks like I'm back. There's one more page to read.
Okay, I just left. I was like, I was here.
Oh no! Yeah, no, I totally get that. You should be finishing at that point. That's a ridiculous way to stop.
So I got 37 pages done. And now I'm here.
Nice.
I made
can't believe
it 336 out of, I don't know how many, 514. And I don't know if this is middle grade. I think it might actually be YA because I think they're like 15, like high school age.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I feel like sometimes it's not only about the age, even though it's originally categorized like this, but sometimes I feel like it's also like the themes and how it's written, and sometimes it could be middle grade even if they're high school age, and then sometimes they can't. Anyways, I can't believe that I actually almost read the whole book on this live, and one more sprint. I'm so looking forward to finishing that. That's such a good read. What are you reading?
I am reading The Red Pyramid by Rick Riordan and The Descent of the Drowned by Anna Lalden. I got to page 3, whatever I said, 300 and something of this, and page 46 of this one.
Yeah, I'm reading, that translates to The Eighth Child, which is amazing, and I read the whole thing so far. One more sprint, then I'm done, and I already did one sprint with An Absolutely Remarkable Thing, which I want to finish before going to sleep as well. So, yeah. Barbara says, won't read J.K. Rowling for a few reasons. Oh, Adrian, what are you reading? Please share with us. Just letting you know, since you said the body horror in American Psycho wasn't for you, that Tender is the Flesh has max amount of body horror. Don't want you to read something that will upset you.
I mean, of course, it's not body horror. You're eating people.
Yeah.
I do know that it discusses actually like the cutting up of people into the different meats and stuff, like you would a cow, cutting it into the steaks and all of that.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not sure if I could read this in a very detailed way about any type of living being. So it might be about the detail level, etc. I do like to read about human cruelty because humans are cruel, but probably not too graphic. I don't know. I'll probably check it out and see if it's for me or not. Thanks to these reading sprints, I'm at the end of lore, and I couldn't have done it without motivation from you guys. Oh, that is so great! I love when we see that happen on live sprints. So glad you've gotten through that book. I mentioned another 40 pages. I think I'll call it a night now, or I'll be using this at work. This sprint is great. Well, thank you for being with us. Thank you for motivating us to read.
Make sure to come and join us on the 15th over on my channel. We'll do this again.
Yeah. And I'm glad that you enjoyed it here. It's going to be the same setup on Melanie's channel. I started my audiobook of Blood and Honey by Shelley. I don't know how to pronounce their last name. While I put out groceries and did dishes to get ready to make dinner. That's a very smart way of doing chores at home. I wasn't the biggest fan of Serpent and Dove, but I fully understand why people love it. Did you read Serpent and Dove?
I haven't, no.
How do you like the lore? I'm not sure if Purple Rain Hearts is still with us, but if you are, Erica wants to know how you like lore. Oh, you already answered. I did not. Lore is amazing, but it's crazy that you would set up this Hunger Games type of thing, and just watch as his children are up for grabs. I feel like Greek mythology is cruel that way already, isn't it?
Mhm.
I mean,
And
it
so is
doesn't-
mythology, which is what what's going on in Red Pyramid. There's a lot of that stuff in Red Pyramid or in
I
Greek
don't know
and Egyptian mythology.
anything. Yeah, I don't know anything about Egyptian mythology, but what I know from Greek mythology, it doesn't feel off to make that jump to seeing his children in a Hunger Games type of thing. It it actually makes kind of sense in my head in the Greek mythology, but maybe that's also why I'm not into Greek mythology. Adrian is reading Finishing Becoming by Michelle Obama, also reading Throne of Glass. That is two very, very different books. I hope you enjoy both. Alexandra Bracken did a fantastic job planning out that story. Yeah, so far, I really enjoyed what Alexandra Bracken wrote, so I have hopes for lore. Serpent Dove is Sterling's fifth series right now, so I'm reading it for him. Aw, I like the first one. Yeah, no, I can absolutely see why I just couldn't connect to the love story in that part. I just didn't feel it. And when you just can't, when it just feels off for you, then it's very hard to follow along with the whole book where the love story is a big part. It just felt wrong in a way to me. And I said, I absolutely understand why people love it, but it was not for me at all.
So that was probably my last sprint just because I was supposed to go like 43 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You wanted to leave after 5 hours.
Yeah. Well, I said that because I was like, in like 15 minutes is Xander's bedtime. So I'm like, I got to make sure he's got all his stuff ready for school tomorrow. And then I've got to get myself ready for bed because we have to get up stupid early in the morning. Like, so he has to be out at the bus stop at like a little after 6 a.m. Yeah.
Not that time either.
So yeah, we got to get up at like 5:30 in the morning and get him up and ready for school. So it's better to try to prepare as much as we can the night before.
Yeah, no, absolutely get you. I wouldn't enjoy being up at that night time of the day either. So yeah,
I'm going along with the being spoiled thing. I'm very fortunate that whenever Marty is home, like if he's off, he will wake up with Xander. So I don't have to go to sleep at any particular time or wake up at any particular time. And so the only times I have to do it is when if on the days that Marty works and it happens to be during a weekday. So like this whole week, I'm going to have to get up with Xander because Marty has to leave at like 5:45 in the morning for work. And then when he's working nights and it's on a weekday, I'll have to get up with Xander because Marty won't get home until like 7:15 in the morning. So, but other than that, he does it. So he's very sweet.
We all need a Marty. We already established that.
But that's why I'm able to like stay up ridiculously late other nights. It's just because he does it for me.
What time is it right now?
Right now it's 8:45.
Oh, that's not night yet, really.
Yeah, no, but when you have to wake up at 5:30 in the morning, it is.
I totally understand. You need to go. You need to prepare and get sleep and everything, but it's not too late. So, well, thank you for being here. I am looking forward to joining you on the 15th. I do check out your announcement video for your readathon before I do that, so I can take part in the readathon. Really looking forward to that.
Yes, we'll be kicking it off in the live show.
Yes, so that's good. I'm really looking forward to that. It's always such a joy to do these sprints with you. I will continue for a little bit because I do need to at least finish that.
I'll come back tomorrow and like look back at the video and see how you did.
Well, it's going to be at least one more. I don't know. It depends on if anybody else wants to continue reading with me. I'll go on for a while, but yeah, I'll see how many people have to go and leave and get ready for bed as well now. So thank you. See you soon.
I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Bye. So, yeah, the last commenter said Sterling, aka the boyfriend. Yes. Eyes up, Barbara. All right. So, I say let's not waste any time and just dive right into another sprint. Or let me know if you are going to stay with me for some more reading. As I said, I will at least need one more sprint to finish this book, and then I could continue in this one because I do want to finish this before going to bed, with or without you. So let me know if you're going to stay for a little bit longer. People just still saying goodbye to Melanie. She'll, if she doesn't hear this anymore, she will definitely go and see the list tomorrow. Okay. One more sprint. Yes. So let's do one more sprint and let's see where we land. As I said, I'm good to do a few more, but if everybody else wants to leave, we can call it a night. But let's do one more and see how we do. Okay. Getting the clock on the screen. So Donna says, Donna's staying. Ready for one more sprint? Yes, Adrian. We'll stay as long as you keep sprinting. I'm planning on reading for a few more hours anyways. That sounds good, Erica. I might take you up on that. Unfortunately, I have to head out as well, so I can start dinner because the boyfriend gets off at 9:15, so I want dinner ready for him. I absolutely get that, and you've been reading for us for almost 6 hours, so I absolutely understand if you need to go. Let's dive into a 30-minute sprint and then see who still wants to continue. All right, happy reading. Welcome back. I definitely need one more sprint because I have 4 pages left in my book. So yeah, I'm not gonna leave before my book is done. So page 252. How did everybody else do? Also, let me know how much you still want to read today. Well, I just need to get my phone on some power. Otherwise, I can't track it on Bookly anymore. Oh yeah, so Barbara said you can do one more. It's 6 p.m. I'm assuming you meant the like this last sprint. With it, you can do one more. I'm assuming. All right. I'm so like in this book right now. As I said, it's only 4 more pages to go. It's kind of weird. I feel like potentially the last couple of pages, the last like 20 pages, could have probably done without, but I can't not read the last 4 pages, right? Elizabeth has less than 100 pages left now. Yes, so I told you we can do it. Is that, how many sprints would that be for you? 4, 3, 4 probably, right? Amanda can stay for a while. That's good to know. Because I do have more. Anybody read An Absolutely Unremarkable Thing? I'm loving it. I love the writing style so much. I don't know how easy it's going to be to dive right from this like family story that is very hard-hitting in some parts into this, which is more of a, the way it's written, it's lighthearted, but it does brush on some heavier topics. But sci-fi, let's see how hard it's going to be to just to jump into the next one. I got distracted talking to a friend and only managed 20 pages in Black Sun. Well, but Erica, 20 pages is 20 pages progress. So I'm absolutely happy with 20 pages. Jocelyn, you'll keep going. Yes, I like that. I like that a lot. I still have a full bottle of tea to go to, so I could be reading for a while. Christina, this has been great. I love when you guys do these sprints, but it's now my bedtime. Until next time. Thank you for joining us, Christina. I'm going to be here again next Sunday, same time, 3 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central European time. So hope to see you next Sunday. Erica, I have 150 pages of Black Sun left. I'll be reading tonight until I finished. Yes. As will I with this one, which will be a little bit longer probably. I have to get my kids up to school, so I'm going to bed. Thank you, Cece, for the sprint. Well, you're welcome. Hope you'll join again next Sunday as well. And I absolutely understand kids, school, priorities, life. I love that book, but I haven't read it. You have that book. I was like, you love that book, but you haven't read it? That doesn't make sense. But you have that book, but you haven't read it yet. Yeah, I am halfway through. Almost. It's almost halfway. And I'm enjoying it. It's such a fast read, and it's so much fun. Honestly, I didn't know anything about it before I picked it up. I just knew that a lot of people were talking about it, and I got it as a traveling book. So I have this group on Goodreads where we list the book that we want to read with other people, and then one person reads it and they pick a colored pen and put their notes in it, and then we send it to the next person. And in the end, I don't know how well you can see that there's like all these different colored pens and notes, and it's so amazing to read it like this. And I had just seen the cover pop up everywhere and people talking about it and it being hyped. I was like, yeah, I'm going to read it with those other people, and I didn't know anything about it. And when I read the synopses just before reading it, I was like, damn, I really want to read that right now. So intrigued. 80% of becoming on Kindle. That's yeah. You said you need to finish this. How much longer do you think you'll need to get through that? Because that book was not thin. That was quite a bit to get through. I hope you're enjoying it. Dark and stormy here. Lots of lightning and loud thunder. My dog is curled up beside me. Perfect for reading. Yeah, as long as it doesn't get scary, that's actually really nice. But I also do enjoy reading in the sun a lot. And I'm actually thinking about, I don't know if you have seen on my channel, I do the Read With Me's, where I just film myself reading for an hour. Unpacking gifts from the Once Upon a Book Club and put some reading music on it, because I have seen not a lot of people do these read with me's with music in with indie pop or lo-fi. I've seen most people do it with classical music or ambient, and I usually don't listen to these two. I usually listen to either lo-fi or indie pop. So if it's missing, make it. And I was considering doing these reading sessions as soon as the sun's out outside and filming outside, and I'm really looking forward to that. Love the idea of a traveling book. Yes, it's one of my favorite ways of reading. It's absolutely wonderful. Sometimes it kind of gets a little bit stressful because you have to imagine that a lot of people sign up for a book and then you kind of queue up. And then everybody gets, in our way of doing it, everybody gets 3 months to read it. So it could potentially be years before you get the book. So if you're really excited to read a book, it's kind of weird because you're getting in line for something you never know when you get it. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, who wants to take this book? And then you have to see, oh, can I actually read it right now? Or do I have already so many other arcs planned that I need to review, etc.? And then you get it and you have all these other arcs, but you only have 3 months to read it. So it can become a little bit stressful, and it's bad for books that you want to read right now. But for this, when you see oh, this is super hyped, I know nothing about it, I'll just get a line, and when I get it, it's amazing. I'm also reading The Dragon Republic as a traveling book, read The Poppy Wars as a traveling book. I just love reading this type of books together. That's so cool. I want to try a traveling book. I would want to be the last person so I could read all the annotations. I get that. The beautiful thing is, in this group, sometimes you're the first, sometimes you're the last. I mean, everybody needs to be the first at one point, right? But I'm probably reading around 3 books each month that are a traveling book. And I have just sent The Wheel of Time around as a traveling book, and I actually started it. So I have made my comments, and I'm really looking forward to getting it back in maybe 2 years and then rereading it to see people commenting my comments as well. Because that's something that I always come across. So for example, in this book, somebody made a comment that I found absolutely not okay. That was generalizing and potentially hurtful, and my comment next to it was actually calling them out for it, but they never will read that I'm calling them out for it. So I was quite curious to see, if I write my comments, to see how people react to my comments as well. So that's pretty cool. I listen to a lot of ambient nature sounds while I'm reading, but I don't need it tonight since I have the real thing. Yeah, I get that. I think a lot of people like rain sound. I like that as well. I've been traveling in my car for a couple of weeks last summer, and I really enjoyed staying in my car, living in my car. And when it rains in your car, that is the best sound ever. It just is the ambient sound of rain when it hits on your car. It's just a little bit different than it is when you're sitting inside a house. And I love that so much. But yeah, me personally, I do like indie pop. I like pop because it's very easy music. It's not too complex to listen to. And I specifically like indie pop because it's not something that I've heard a ton of times. Because the thing with pop music is that it gets to you. If you've listened to a song 4, 5 to 10 times, you will probably be able to start singing along, and then it's distracting. So I need this in between, this, like, it's still unknown, but it's the easy composition from pop music. So yeah, but obviously I think there's a couple of people who actually put these videos on for different purposes, like when they're studying or when they're doing house chores or something. So I like also having a video saying, okay, it's a 1 hour video, so it's kind of like a 1 hour sprint of doing something as long as the video is on. Speaking of sprints, I want to do one more right now because I want to finish that book and then dive into the other one. As I said, if some of you want to stay longer, I have to get through this one still. But let's just tackle one at a time and just do another sprint right now. Happy reading. And welcome back. We're at time again. So how did you do? How much more do you want to read before the day is over? What are you reading? I think some people who I know what they've been reading have left, but I don't know what everybody else is reading. I finished this book as expected because only 4 pages were left, and I really enjoyed it. It's going to end up being a 4 to 5 stars. I have some more thoughts on this, but I need to refine it before recording my wrap up. And then I read another 20 pages in an absolutely remarkable thing. I actually read this with my eyes and also listen to it on audiobook at the same time. I love this like double senses kind of thing. And according to my audiobook, I have 2 more hours to go. So I need to read for another 2 hours before I go to bed, which I'm happy to do here if I ever get to somehow get my hair to cooperate. So yeah, let me know how much more you want to read today. I would be really interested in hearing that. Gibberish. I love your dedication. You have been going live for 6 hours. Thank you. You're welcome. It's 7 now. Well, time flies when you're reading, right? I don't know how, but for some reason, 6-7 hours feels like nothing. I am starting to get a little bit tired after 7 hours of reading, but as I said, 2 more hours before I can go to bed. You have 26 pages left, so that is hopefully 1 more sprint and you would be done with that book. Yay! 30 more pages in Black Sun. That also sounds like 1 more sprint. Read 30 more pages. Oh, you read 30 more pages. I still have over 100 left. And did you want to finish that today? I am reading Fly Away by Kristin Hanna and Six of Crows. Both are great. So which one are you reading right now? And do you want to finish both today? And how far are you in? I did enjoy Six of Crows as well, but I do not know Fly Away. I'm going to look that up right now. But I'm glad that you're enjoying both. That's always good. Oh, Fly Away is a second in a series, right? That cover is kind of cute. I'm not sure if I fully love it, but I love the color tone of this. Once, a long time ago, I walked down a night-darkened road called Firefly Lane, all alone on the worst night of my life, and I found a kindred spirit. That was our beginning, more than 30 years ago. So this sounds like maybe contemporary to fantasy romance. Is that like romancy? I can't read the full thing because it's a lot. I would be just reading way too much, but I see like tragic, darkest fear and everything, so it sounds like drama. Glad you're enjoying a Kristin Hanna book. I loved one of hers that I read, but DNF the second one I attempted. Oh wow, which one did you love and which one did you DNF? I will be reading until I finish it tonight. Yes, that's what we do today. I mean, that's the last of the month, right? Need to get these books read before the next month starts. I have my TBR for next month already set up there. I have a lot of ebooks next month on my TBR because it's never that empty. And I'm really looking forward to a lot of reads on my March TBR, but I need to get through this. I'm going between both of them and pretty early on in both of them. Fly Away comes after Firefly Lane. Yeah. Glad you're enjoying it then. I'm reading an old book called Bed Knob and Broomstick. What is that? That sounds a little bit like a fun cozy murder mystery title. But I mean, I could be dead wrong. Bedknob and Broomstick. Oh, that cover looks so cute. That is adorable. So is this like middle grade? Um, Magic, Bedknob, and Bonfires and Broomstick in one volume. These are the exploits of the three Wilson children, Miss Price, the Apprentice Witch, and the Flying Bat. A tale of a witch in training and trouble of the most unforgettable kind. Oh my god, that sounds adorable. That sounds like so much fun. I love it. So far, Fly Away is very sad. But it seems like in a good way sad. So like well written sad. I love The Great Alone, DNF Winter Garden. I will take a note of that. I'll look into those. I think I have never read anything by Kristen Hanna. I loved that movie as a kid. Haven't read the book. See, I didn't even know there's a movie about this. Heard this for the first time. But then that could be cultural difference. Love The Great Alone too. Firefly Lane was also great. Winter Garden is one that I don't own. So what type of books does Kristen Hanna write? Is that romancy drama, or what type of books are those? I watched it a few times when I was a kid. I haven't seen it in years. I found the book with a movie cover at a Goodwill. It's so cute. I feel like now I need to check if I can find the movie. That sounds like something that I would enjoy watching on a Sunday afternoon or in bed. um, I'll have to write that down. That just sounds so cozy. Bed, knob, and broomstick. That sounds really good. Yeah, of course I can't find it here, but I will look into that. Fun times, fun times. All right. So who's with me? Continue reading. As I said, 2 more hours until I finish this book. Kristen Hanna writes a lot of dramatic historical fiction with female main characters. That actually sounds really intriguing. That's actually pretty much what I like to read at the moment. So I will definitely look into Kristen Hanna's books. Mostly fiction with well-established characters, drama, and atmosphere. I'm usually plot-driven, but lately I have been really drawn into exactly this type of book. I think that this is pretty much what you just described. So, and the girl at the back of the bus as well. The movie stars Angela Lansbury. Yeah, I'll make sure I look that up. I kind of feel like I want to watch that right now and go to sleep, but I have 2 hours of reading to do, so no movie watching right now. I love The Nightingale by Kristen Hanna, one of my favorites. I think that's probably the most known one, I think. Like, I feel like I've heard that the most. Anyways, let's dive into another sprint before we continue chatting for ages so that we can actually get through our books. Happy reading, and I'll see you in 30 minutes. And that is time and back. Oh dear. I do not know if I can do another sprint. I would need 3 more sprints to finish the book, but I'm getting so sleepy. Oh, how are you doing? How have you been doing with your reading this sprint? Oh, yeah, I had no idea you were still here. I've just finished 2 uni assignments. Well, congratulations. Yes, I am still here. Thinking about if I really should do another sprint or if I should call it a day and just go to sleep and finish this book tomorrow. I really wanted to finish it before I go to sleep. A cup of coffee. I don't think that caffeine is really a good idea right now, because right after I finish, I do need to go to sleep. Like right after, it's 20 to 5 a.m. in the morning, and I do have to work in like afternoon-ish. So it's okay for me to stay up all night, but I cannot have coffee now. I'll be happy with more sprints. Just joined. Okay. I just mentioned it's 20 to 5. I am usually awake long and throughout the night, and then I sleep in the morning and until like maybe noonish. But on days like this, I do sleep a little bit longer. I'm almost done. I don't need another sprint. Yay for almost being done. I'm so happy for you. Yeah, I think the timing just sounds crazy when you're not in the same life situation as I am. I usually work in the afternoon and the evening, so I can sleep in the morning. So that's completely normal for me. And being able to stay up late is normal, but I usually go to bed around 4. So staying up until 20 to 5 is a little bit late for me. If you're tired, go lay in bed and finish your book. We appreciate you sprinting for so long. That's so nice. And I think that's actually a good idea. I am listening to it on audiobook as well. So I might just listen to it while I fall asleep and then hopefully not have too much left tomorrow. I think that is an idea that I need to do. I think I need to take your advice, Erica. I would love to stay longer and make this an epic one. Maybe if you're up for it, at one point we can schedule an epic one where we're going to try to do a record or something. Do like a readathon. I don't know, 12-hour, 24-hour constant live reading something. I would absolutely be up for that if somebody's interested. But I would probably need a little bit more preparation for that. So, yeah, I think I'm going to call it a night. I thank you all so much for joining. I appreciate each and every one of you. I just love reading with you. I'd love that. Yeah, let's think about it. I find that when I'm tired, I don't retain what I read anyway. Yes, and that's what I just noticed. I had so in this book, there's a few times when the character is listing a few things and explanations and theories, and I just read them and I could not grasp the idea behind it. So I guess that's a sign to close my eyes. And I mean, I'm going to be back here next Sunday evening with some wonderful hosts. I don't know off the top of my head who that is, but I'm going to put that up in a couple of days. It's definitely, I think, going to be Mo. And I think it could be Steph and somebody else who hasn't been on the channel yet. But yeah, next Sunday, I hope to see you again. And thanks for joining. And happy reading, y'all. Finish your books without me. Thank Thank you.